Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on in. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm back, and we're gonna be doing some coding here, at least for a little bit, my friends. It's been a little while, mostly because this month has been basically a crunch month at the day job. I still have deadlines looming. So it's really, for me, I have to try to strike a balance, how much code I'm doing. Because having had burned out in the past, I'm trying desperately not to make the same mistakes again. So I've been, focused a lot on just kind of relaxing on streams and playing games and not writing code, mostly because there's just not a whole lot of steam in the engine. And I can tell you that right now, that we'll make probably a little bit of progress today, but I'm not. I'm not hopeful that we'll get anywhere. Just because I know that I'm still really creatively bankrupt. I guess I don't know what word to use. It's like the tank is empty as far as the old brain matter is concerned right now. So we'll do a few things. I don't know if this will be. I don't know how long this stream will be, or if we'll finish this chapter. I mean, we're kind of close to the end of this chapter, so there's a possibility there. But will anything work at the end of it? I don't know, and I don't know how much of that I'm gonna feel like debugging. It's just one of those things, right? It's like once things quiet down again in the day job, which will be in another week or so, basically the beginning of September, then I can start to kind of recover a little bit, and then I'll be maybe a little bit more energized to do some of this as we're going here. So it's rough. I know that there are game devs out there, and even just like regular independent third-party software devs, who write utilities and or write games on their spare time, even after having a day job, doing a similar thing. And my hat is off to them because it's the context switching. It's not so much the context switching that's difficult. I mean, that is difficult, but it's also the staying motivated is always a difficult problem. Especially when you're just kind of, as I said, your batteries are just running low. It's even harder to stay sort of motivated to do things. So without a break. I mean, I think even I imagine, take breaks at some point. Like they might go hard on, for a month or even like a couple weeks, and then maybe it'll take like a week off from it or something. Like if you're doing like a development project as on the side and your day job is also development, I would imagine there's like 2 weeks, maybe you do like 2 weeks on, 1 week off of that project, that side project, and then 2 weeks on again, just to kind of have some kind of recovery. Because I don't know how you do that without both things suffering, both your day jobs, your work and your day job suffering, and your hobby or side thing suffering as well. I'm not sure how you do both of those at the same level without doing without pacing yourself somehow. So that's probably also why, like, you see a lot of these solo developer games that took them 5 or 10 years to do, because it's just there's so much that you know, you just kind of have to. You can't go 100% or real like 200% at that point, right? You can't do 200% on the reactor for very long, you know. So anyway, what I did do though, one of the advantages to doing most of this development on stream is that I actually looked back prior to going live here. I looked back at my previous stream to see where I left off because it's been a couple weeks. I rebooted into my dev partition here, and I was like, I have no idea where I started or where I left off. And so I managed to look back at that and be like, oh, okay, this is exactly where I left off. So I left off where it's saying that we had done image view. So we had finished the description set stuff. Image view I had already tackled. And then I said at the end of that, I need to pick up with attachment and swap chain, which only have really one line of difference, kind of, sort of. There's really 3 lines here, but whatever. And then we this whole other, I think, description allocator. Description? It's not description, is it? What is it called? I gotta use the right terminology here because it's been a while. What did they call it? Descriptors. Yeah. Okay. So we did all that. So then descriptor allocator is, I think, the next thing, which is, if I'm not mistaken, a brand new class altogether. So we'll just look at what they did and try to pull it over and see what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And then what is after that? I think script and allocator. I think it's then just a matter of just wiring it up when the game starts up, and then just kind of wiring in all the different putting it into the pipeline, and then getting our shaders fixed up, and then we gotta figure out this render, the scene render thing, which I don't know what that will translate to and what we're doing, because I have a scene, but I don't necessarily have a scene. I should have scenes at this point, but I don't really. So I'm gonna have to kind of figure out all that stuff. Yeah, there's still a significant amount of things, mostly in the scene render here, that I have to figure out where that goes, and then linking that all into the main and the configuration stuff. And then instead of getting this, we should be theoretically getting the spaceship model with all its textures, hopefully. Have that rotating, which would be rather nice. We'll still won't quite be to where we were with the OpenGL, but because I had the keyboard manipulation there, but we'll be darn close. Actually, I guess we'll be slightly ahead, because we can resize our window and stuff, which I couldn't do in the OpenGL thing the way I had it. I still had to do that. And then I think this is the hard part. I know the next couple chapters they start getting into rendering an entire scene with multiple objects and stuff. So I'm leery on doing refactoring until I get to that point. But at the same time, I'm looking at the code and I'm just like, man, I just want this to make some kind of sense. And the best way I find to make sense of something is to go in and start refactoring it. But it's hard to see, you know. On the one hand, I like that I've put both engines in there. Like I've got OpenGL and I've got Vulkan, because the OpenGL stuff, for, you know, as much as people might disparage it, is a lot easier to grok than the Vulkan stuff. And so if I can see the commonality between the two, and you know, at the end of the day, there's got to be some level of commonality, right? Because they're throwing 3D crap onto the screen, right? One might help me figure out how the other is working, and you know, vice versa. So, because I know, like, I get the feeling like the Vulkan tutorial here, I think, might go into like the physicality based rendering stuff, which is one of the things I hadn't done yet on the OpenGL side. So I might be able to, like, once I see how it's done one way, maybe start to translate that over to the other side and just kind of, I would like to make it so that there was like sort of as common as I can make it, model between the two. You know, a common area where that's neither OpenGL dependent nor Vulkan dependent, but that both can kind of utilize. I mean, obviously, you're not going to run both at the same time. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to accomplish is just having a almost not really a black box, but having a separation of concerns while still having a common data set, right? Because the way I'm looking at it, and maybe this is the wrong way to look at it, but we'll find out as we go. The way I'm looking at it is all these 3D models and stuff that I'll be loading, it's the same file, right? The shaders may have differences, but from what I understand, I can compile to SPIRV, or however you pronounce it, SPIRV or whatever it is, SPRV, I don't know, whatever format that is. And the modern OpenGL can actually read that. So I might be able to take a lot of that stuff, like stuff that's related to the modeling data and and all that and all that fun stuff, and just kind of have it in a common section. And then anything that's engine specific with how to actually use that model data, and that's been loaded in and rendered to the screen, can then be in its own separate sections. Because at the end of the day, we're eventually going to get to a point, and man, this will be a great day, when I can start looking at like NPCs and AI. And when I'm saying AI, I'm saying like the rudimentary AI that you get in computer games and stuff. And all of that stuff is not really engine dependent, right? That's all kind of independent. So that would be in some kind of common area and just shared between the two, I think. And then timers and animation timers and all that stuff. Now, those could be a little bit tricky because of multi-threading versus non, but still think there's probably an aspect of that that can be in the middle, the middleware, if you will, the middle frontware. Uh, oh, so yeah, so we'll see. I mean, a lot of this is me just trying to explore this stuff for the first time, and my thoughts, my aspirations might be just completely unrealistic, but I don't really know enough to know that they're completely unrealistic, or maybe even just unnecessary. So that's why I'm kind of like, let's just dig in and see. Let's just take it one piece at a time. It's a big honkin' project, right? Take it one piece at a time. See if something makes sense. Doesn't make sense. Don't be afraid to try something. And then just see. That's kind of what I'm going for, and that's why I keep, when people are asking like, well, when's this game gonna get released or stuff like that? I'm like, it may never get released, right? It may never materialize into a functional game. It really depends on. It depends on whether I can. I mean, it depends on whether I'm talented enough to make this thing work. It depends on whether my brain can handle learning this thing. Like, can an old dog learn a new trick, I guess, is at the end of the day. Like, is it possible or not? And it's not always. I mean, it's very possible that I am so stuck in my ways that I just can't grasp what I need, or that I just need a mentor, an actual physical human being, to teach me how to do these things, who is knowledgeable in it. Sometimes you just can't do it yourself. I'm going to try my best to do it myself. I'm going to try my best to find the answers I need online, but at some point, who knows? I might hit a brick wall and just be like, well, I'm incapable of moving any further. But I think, already I've learned quite a bit. I'd like to say that I understand Vulcan, but I really don't. I think that's the thing I think that's probably the most frustrating thing right now, is that I've been doing this Vulcan code here, and I still don't really grasp what I'm doing. I haven't had that light bulb moment yet, and this is not. It's not necessarily a knock on anybody. It's really just, it takes me a while. Like, when I first, in many ways, this feels like taking on a new job, like going to a brand new job and being there for the first couple months. And a lot of times you're just you're trying to learn this new system you haven't seen before. You're trying to get up to speed with all the different, with where the code is and the different features and functionality and the history that this code went through and all that stuff. And it very much feels the same way, where it's like, having done that multiple times in my career, it feels a lot like that, where it's just like, you just keep kind of plugging away at things, not really confident that what you're doing is correct, or why you're doing what you're doing, but you're just kind of following the patterns that you've seen, and then eventually usually a couple months into a new job, like like the light bulb goes off. You have that light bulb moment where it's like, ah, I finally understand what's happening here. I finally see what's going on. I finally see the reason that this exists and the reason why this is here and doing this thing. You don't usually do that live in front of a streaming audience, but that's kind of what I'm doing. So, a lot of times I'm frustrated and I'm, saying, why is this way? This sucks. Why would you do this? And a lot of times that's just because I haven't had that light bulb moment yet where I actually understand what it is that I'm looking at. That's the kind of frustration you run into. Like anybody who's starting out a new job or something. And it doesn't matter whether you're a junior developer or a senior developer. It's every time you start a new job, there's that few months of frustration while you try to grasp what it is that you're looking at and why things are being done the way they are and what the history was of how we got to where we're at and all that stuff and what needs to be done in the future and where does the technical debt lie? Is it really technical debt or is it is it just something that you don't like? Which is dubious. I mean, it can be technical debt because you don't like it, but at the same time, it might be just perfectly fine. It's kind of in the eye of the beholder sometimes. So yeah, as usual, just kind of rambling a little bit here. So, attachment. They added depth attachment to the image view data there. So let's see where that is. Image view. Oh, excuse me. Open image view. Is it image view data? Was it? Oh no, wait, it's attachment. Okay. So they did, what is it? Usage, stencil, image view data, aspect mask, and then set aspect mask. I see, and then new image view data, and then depth attachment. Oh, okay. So Vulkan image view takes a depth attachment now. Where did that come from? Depth attachment is just a depth attachment is just a boolean. Okay. So adding depth attachment to here, Vulkan image view. Wait, where's that at? This is not gonna help. Crap. Where's the other thing at? Here we go. Vulkan image view. Yeah, I added depth image to here. So who calls that? Oh, the descriptor set calls that. Now, did I implement the descriptor set the same way? Wait, where is this? All that. Set images. Image view. Oh, okay. Alright, I put is depth image already on. I think I already had it on the image view data, yeah. And they surfaced it up on image view, so I don't even need to do that then. Okay, because I was like, I don't see any errors. So I was wondering how, like, I did that or if I left a to-do around somewhere. Okay, so I don't need to... I don't need to do that then. Right. Yeah. So attachment data and then swap chain. Hey, software skills. Am I a game developer? No. I'm a software developer. I'm trying to learn how to do game development. Live. In front of everybody. So I do Java software development, basically web, full stack web stuff by day. And then I just decided as a hobby, I'd just try to figure out if I can learn how to do game dev stuff. So that's what I'm working on. And right now I'm just learning I'm trying to learn how to write an engine, essentially. So from relative scratch. I mean, I'm using libraries and stuff, but basically from scratch. Let's see. So under image view, create image views. Oh, okay. It's the same deal. They're just putting the depth attachment to false there, which let me check. I think the Vulkan swap chain. What do they do here? Create image views. I have the build image views. So let me think. So I do view data, set aspect mask. So then under here, do I set it to depth image? That's what we're looking for, right? Or we're talking about depth attachment. Is that what I'm setting that to? Yeah, I think that's the one I was doing, right? Yeah. So it's really a depth attachment thing. So I've named it wrong, but that's what we've got. So what is that? So I mean, by default, that'll be false because it's a Boolean. But I could just set it just for the sake of argument here. Yeah, because they're doing Vulkan imagery, so they had to set it in here because they've put it on the Vulkan imagery. Although they really didn't need to set it there either because it would default to false. But you know, they're doing it just to emphasize it. But I can do that here. Say that. Okay. So I guess I've done what I need to do there. It's kind of already taken care of. So I have to do this descriptor allocator. And that is what? That's a whole brand new file. Alright. Should be a little bit easier. Okay, we got limits, pool, set, info map, taking physical device and device. Why both? I don't know why they're doing both, because they basically have the physical device as part of the device here. Description pool info. I don't understand why they need both of these. Create description pool info. Where's this going to? Down here. Device. Description pool. I'm pretty sure I just made all these physical device. Yeah, it's really weird how they've got their stuff designated. I'm sure it probably makes some internal sense somewhere along the way, but to me it's just like, why are you passing two different things here? Description limits. What is this calling? Get VK physical device properties limit. They're doing it just to read the property limit. I mean, okay. I don't know. Some of these things I'm just kind of like, why? It feels very what's the word I'm looking for? Stream of consciousness. It feels like they put this together with. Like, this feels like when I see something like this, I kind of think it's like a first draft of what they wanted it to do, right? Like, because when I write code, I always consider the code that I've written to be like the first draft, and then I'm going to come back to it and refactor it and change some things and make multiple drafts, kind of like what you do for like a novel or something. And this to me, I look at this and I just think this is first draft stuff. They never went back and went like, why are we doing this? Like what, like what, you know, what is going on here? Who thought this was a good idea? Kind of thing. So I guess I guess for right now we'll do physical device. What is so create pool info? What device are you getting out of here? Okay, so descriptor pool. So I gotta figure out whatever I'm passing to descriptor pool is what I need there. So what does descriptor pool take? Alright, so descriptor pool does take a logical device. But if I'm not mistaken, logical device... Yeah, I put the physical device in the logical device. So I can just pass the logical device. And just get the physical device out of it. when I need it. Okay. So descriptors, so we're doing what was the name of this? Descriptor allocator. Okay. Okay. And what do they have here? They've got a map of the limits. Limits. Storage buffer. Okay. Uniform buffer. Okay. That's a map of integer, and then a list of the pool info. Which is a record. Where's that at? Is that all the way down here? God damn it. Descriptor count, descriptor pool. So, and then descriptor set info, is that also down here? Yeah. Okay. Well, first and foremost, we're pulling these bitches out of here and putting them into their own classes so they can actually be tested without being a pain in my ass. Get descriptions, get descriptor set, string ID, descriptor set ID. What is that doing? Synchronized, okay. Position, get ID. Sets position. Huh. Huh. Oh. because they made the record take an array. This dude that wrote this and his arrays, man, he's got some kind of array fetish. I don't really understand it. It's like you've got freaking lists. You can do everything you need to do with a list, and he insists upon making these god awful arrays, and then you have to do shit like this. Right? It's like we literally have a class called array list that's got all these operations in it that you need. And it works with streams and everything else. You don't have to, I mean, I guess technically the arrays work with streams too, but you got to wrap them. So it's like, just freaking make it a damn list and call it a freaking day. Because that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So I think first off, let's make these records here. So descriptor pool info, descriptor set info. Yeah, we got a couple more there. So new Java class records. And what was it? Map of integers. Descriptor count. Is that really a good way to call that? Yeah, I'll just call it that, whatever. And then descriptor pool. Okay. Oh, and then descriptor set info. List of descriptor sets and pool position. All right, and set, okay. All right, and we'll do the synchronized things later. So right now, actually, you know what? I could do those right now because they might be used. Are they referenced? This is referenced by this, and then this has 3 references. Oh, in the render. Okay, so it's not in the same class, but okay, so that can wait then. This has no usages, so that's fun. All right, I'll make the allocator. So let's just make the constructor, have it take a logical device. And then what are we doing here? Create descriptor limits. Private static. Private static. Why are these static? Alright, well I'm not making them static. Unless it's required by something they're doing here, but unless the compiler yells at me, they're not gonna be static. Let me take care of, you know what, I should have the Twitch chat open over here so I can take care of these freaking bots. Let's wait this for a second. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Go here. And here. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Here we go. I can pop that out. And that is there. All right. Can bring this back up. There we go. All right. There we go. That's a little bit more satisfying instead of having to jump back and forth between computers. Okay. Take care of that. Let's see. I don't know why I'm looking at that. I want to look at this. Actually, you know what? I can probably close that one window and just leave the one open. There we go. We get yeah, I'm doing descriptor lock here. I'll discombobulate here. Okay, so I need to do create descriptor limits with the physical device. All right, so what is it returning? Map integer. Okay. And descriptor limits. Engine config I don't have, so I don't have to worry about that. Get max descriptors. I think I have a concept of the max descriptor somewhere. If not, we'll just create it here. What did I set it to? Get or default Okay, default value is 1,000. Alright. Alright. I'll just set that in here for now. I don't have a central property thing yet. I could eventually put one together. I mean, I guess it makes sense to have one at some point. I just don't have one set up right now. So we'll just say max descriptors. I can make that public. BK physical device limits. We're getting out of there. Physical device that gets I think it was device features. No, get device properties. Device properties limits. There we go. And then we're just creating the map here. I see. Okay. Uniform buffer, combined image sampler. All right. Would it make? I guess it makes some kind of sense to use the constants that are in Vulkan. But honestly, I kind of wonder if it wouldn't make... I mean, we're creating the map. I wonder if it wouldn't make more sense to just, you know, call them something that isn't 900 letters. But, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Where do we actually... Because don't we look these up somewhere? They might be actually getting that number from the underlying Vulkan stuff. That might be why they're doing it that way. Which, you know, that's fine. It saves you stuff later. They do a dot properties, dot limits. Did I miss something here? I mean, this gets me a BK physical device limit, so I don't know. Alright. The limits, and then they're doing, okay, so map. And BK descriptor type uniform buffer. Descriptor type uniform buffer. F max thing, and then limits, max descriptor, set uniform buffer. Max descriptor set uniform buffers. Yes. And then samplers, and then, okay. So VK descriptor type, combined image sampler. Is this one max descriptor set samplers? VK descriptor type storage buffer. VK descriptor type storage buffer. There it is. Max descriptor set storage buffers. Okay. So that's create descriptor limits. All right, so we'll make a private map descriptor limits. Okay. And then they've got pool lists there, which are actually just setting to... Oh, I see. They're adding to it. I see what they're doing. Okay. This is... I hate this. I hate that, and I hate that. You know why? Because you can just do this up here. And you can do this up here. And it makes more sense up here because that's what you're initializing it to. But the reason they don't do it up there is because they marked every goddamn thing final. Which again is dumb. So because they marked all these final, they can't set them up here where it would make more sense to set them. Because they have to be set in the constructor. And the only reason you would set these as final is because you want to force them to be set in the constructor, which again is kind of silly. It's just, this is a holdover from C that you don't need. There are reasons to have final stuff. Yes. This is, I hate the way they do this because it's unnecessary. And it makes it makes the code harder to follow, because if you just set this up here, then everybody knows as soon as they open this file, oh, these are defaulted to empty, and then this makes more sense because you're adding onto it, you know. I can understand, like, if you were writing something that was an API and you wanted to make sure that someone doesn't have access to be able to change these after they've been created. But I'm in control of the code. I'm not writing an API. So, like, just fucking write the damn code. Stop being a fuddy-duddy with all these fucking finals and everything. Jesus. So we're doing a pool list and so descriptor pool list, descriptor set info map. So set? No, descriptor pool info. This one, string set info. All right, and then down here we just say descriptor limits. Descriptor limits, I already did that. And then the pool list is create descriptor pool info. All right. So what do we have here? We're taking the logical device. Okay. Descriptor count is a hash map. Descriptor type counts, array lists for each. Okay. We're going through for each of the limits. We're saying descriptor count, but what? Why are they doing this? Descriptor type count. Which is another record in the descriptor pool. Descriptor count. Put what? Why are they making a copy of... They're making a copy of the descriptor limits. Put into the pool. Pool info. So they're tying the limits to the pool that they've created. But why are we keeping the limits around? Oh, because if we're adding additional descriptor sets, we have the limits there as the defaults. Okay. Okay. But doesn't descriptor type count? I mean, I think I see what's happening here is that they're taking these as the defaults and they're applying them to the pool infos, and they're tying the pool itself to that to the counts for the pool info. But see, this is what I don't like, is they've named stuff terribly. Right? Like, if this was going to be the default limits, why didn't they name it default limits instead of just descriptor limits? Because that's what they're treating it like here. And that would make so much more readability sense. It's like, oh, I'm setting up the defaults here. These aren't just like, I don't. That annoys me a lot. A hell of a lot. Also, why are these static? I don't. Sometimes I get really annoyed by. These are small things to be annoyed by, but they all add up. And like, trying to use this to learn from, and it's part of a book that's trying to teach you how to do this stuff. And you gotta just name your shit correctly. Like, you just have to. Like, I mean, all right. So let's do this. So what's Alt Shift R to refactor? I think so. Yeah. Create default descriptor limits, and then this is all right. That's a little bit better. Now I can look at this 6 months from now and be like, oh, I see what I was doing. How powerful one word is. Jesus. All right. So this is really just associating. I mean, it's creating a pool info, certainly, but it's associating. See, even just like some freaking comments in here would be really nice. So create descriptor pool info private. There's two usages. What is this called from? Limits. This is 77. Okay, so that's why they pass. Oh, but even there, they're passing the default limits. Shakes fist. They're passing the default limits there too. So where are they passing? Up here. Default. God damn it! Like Jesus Christ! If you're going to use the same variable, then don't pass it. Don't pass it as a freaking parameter if you're just gonna just breathe. Just breathe. I mean, it might very well be later on in a later chapter they're gonna pass something different here and they're just setting up for it. I'll just be kind and say that and not just this is a terrible coder. But for now, for my own sake, I'm going to not do that. For my own clarity's sake. So create pool info. If I'm not mistaken, God, this annoys me more than anything. You know, wait a second. Limits. So account only has one of these associated with the pool. So in other words, it's creating a pool for all three of these. And it's stuffing a map. I'm guessing the reason they're doing a map here is because they might have in the future they might have a pool that has multiple descriptors associated with it? Question mark. Because right now this makes zero sense, right? Like you're creating a no, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. Oh no, is this actually correct? Because if I'm reading this right, and I could be completely wrong here, the first time through this loop, the first pool is going to get one of these. The second time, the pool is going to get two of these. And the third time, that pool is going to get all three. Right? Because it just keeps putting values into here. Unless this, I mean, when you're doing this, I think this is effectively final. So it might be that it's creating a new one inside here and only doing one at a time, but this doesn't look correct logically. Like, why are they doing that? What is the point of that? Stores a limited device per support descriptor type. Descriptor pool list will store a list of descriptor pools. We'll create new pools as long as we exhaust existing ones. The description set info map will just contain the references of the descriptor sets to the pool used to create it using the pool position. For uniform type pool info. Physical device descriptor limits. Descriptor count will contain a copy of the descriptor set limits. We use this in the descriptor pool info as a register of descriptor sets that we can still use per type. It will store also the maximum number of descriptor sets per type so we can pass it to the descriptor pool constructor so it gets initialized with those limits. Huh? Contain a copy of the descriptor set limits. Yeah. Eventually it'll contain a copy of it. We will use this in the description pool info. This measures the descriptor sets. Oh, wait. Descriptor type counts. Okay. Yeah, so they're right in that regard. So yeah, because what's throwing me off is it is making a copy, which you could have just called clone probably, but okay. And then this is wholly separate, where it's putting the key and value into here. And the type counts. But I have a problem here. So it's adding the type counts in to a list of this record. So this pool that's being created will have all of these laid out in a flat list, essentially. I mean, it's a list of objects. And then this counts hash map, which is a copy of this, gets associated with this pool, which has the type counts laid out in it again. Which I'm sure at some point is probably going to make some sense. But here's the thing. Here's what I Here's what I'm concerned about. And I don't know if it's a valid concern, but I'm going to just say it anyway. Hash map is not ordered. In other words, when you loop over it, you're not guaranteed an order. Now you can have a hash map, like a linked hash map, that does guarantee an order, right? So that the order in which you put things into the map is the order in which they get shot out. And I say this because this order is not determined, so you're pulling these things out, you're putting them into another indeterminate hash map, which is fine, but you're also adding them to an ordered list. Basically, this maintains order, the array list. So I don't understand what that's buying them. I mean, on the one hand, it puts it in a spot where it's easier to associate, I guess. But on the other hand, what is the point of having this around anymore? Other than, I suppose, ease of use. I mean, if you can just go and look for that particular integer in the map, and it doesn't matter that it's unsorted, or that the sort's not guaranteed, the order's not guaranteed, because you're just looking for one of these indexes, which is fine. I don't... There's some duplication going on here that I don't really understand. I'm not sure why they went to the lengths to duplicate this stuff like they did. I mean, it's not a big duplication. Like, the map only has 3 items in it. And it's an integer map, so it's like, you know, whoop-de-doo. But this whole thing, from the surface, from someone who doesn't understand what they're looking at, looks like a hack. It just does. And I don't, maybe I need to look up hashmap clone to see if that does the deep clone that they want, because I feel like you could just call clone on it, because these are just integers, and I mean, you'd still have to, and then from there you could just use the stream stuff to turn that into an array list, right? And just reduce this down to like 2 lines here instead of this nonsense. But I mean, I'm going to try that and see, because it seems like that's what they're doing. Just, I mean, this is, I mean, they have that declared as final, so maybe that's why they're doing a clone of it. And maybe that will, you know, you can change these at some point, I guess. So I'm not against cloning it. It's just, I don't know. The whole thing feels icky and weird. So what I'm going to try to do here, let's do, map, integer, okay. So there's no clone on map then. Okay. Okay, that's makes more sense. I wonder though, out of curiosity, clone hash. Because if I'm not mistaken, no, I don't think the constructor takes another map. I don't think. Oh, it does. Oh, this will create a shallow copy of the map. Clone returns a shallow copy. Which all we need is a shallow copy. And all clone does is create a new hash map and put everything into it. Oh, map copy of. Creating a shallow copy. But that's, I don't want it to be immutable though. Does that do is that immutable? Let's see. Let's see here. If I do map dot copy of, what does it do? Returns an unmodifiable map containing, yeah, I don't necessarily want an unmodifiable map. Okay. That's not what they're doing. They're returning a fully modifiable map. So I should be able to just do new hash map and that. Constructs a new hash map with the same mappings as a specified map. The hash map is created with the default load factor of 0.75 and an initial capacity sufficient to hold the mappings of the specified map. Okay, and it's a shallow copy. Which is what we want. I mean, we don't need it. So, shallow copy versus deep copy. Shallow copy is, you'll get a copy of the first order elements. In this case, that's all we have. We just have integers. But if I had like a map integer, comma, and then some object, I would get integer some object back, but if that object had other objects embedded in it, like it referenced other objects, I wouldn't get a copy of those. That's shallow versus deep copy. And if you need a deep copy, that's when you have to go and probably use like a bean util, like Apache bean utils or something like that, make a deep copy. For that, but I don't need that because this is just an integer map. So shallow copy works for me. So we have that, and then they want descriptor type count. So did I make a descriptor? Yeah, I do have a descriptor type count. Okay. So I need a list of descriptor type counts from this map. Okay. I guess I'll do a collector. So I don't want to unmodify the list. Or am I doing, I'm probably doing a map, right? I'm mapping it to an object. So it would be the hell is it? Descriptor, pipe count, AV, new. That's probably not right. Oh, I don't think I can do. Yeah, you can't. I can't do the shorthand when it takes parameters. That's fine. Is this correct here? Int type, int count. So what's the problem here? Doesn't like that I'm giving it. Okay. This is not a terminal. This is an intermediate operation. So no. Okay, this has got to be. This has got to be wrong. Damn it. Java stream to list. I'm still learning streams. I've got more of a concept of them, but I'm still. Are they really just doing collectors to lists? Because I was wondering if this would just work. And I guess it'll just work. Because I was thinking to myself, do I need to map them well, no, it's probably not going to work, right? Because it's they got map entry, collectors to lists. Maybe because it's going to a record, so I don't know if that's going to work or not. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, I didn't think so. Select is probably the right way to go. This is a terminal operation, right? No, it's not going to tell you right now. I don't think it's going to let me do this either. Yeah. Oh. It's, okay. It's really confused. Yeah, I'm really screwing this one up here. Yeah, see, it's going to bring a list of map entry in your string. So you do have to map it, right? Like, I can't be that off that this needs to actually be mapped, because you're mapping it from an entry set to something else. So yeah, there's entry integer kv. Oh, wait a second. I think I see what's going on. So it's complaining about k being an entry. Why is it not giving me, why is it not breaking it up into key value? Because even the IDEs tell me like, hey, k is map.entry. What do they have here? Entry set stream. So this returns a set of map entries. And that's what it's telling me it has here. So I guess you can't do KV in this instance because it doesn't understand that. Alright, so it's just, you just got your map entry and then you're just doing entry e dot get key dot get value, and then to lists, which is the terminal operation, because map is an intermediate. You can't end a lambda on an intermediate operation. It has to end on a terminal operation. So, okay. Yeah, I thought there was a way to break a map entry in a lambda to just the key value instead of having to do e.get key, e.get value, but maybe not. Maybe not. Or maybe I have to do like, instead of map, maybe I have to do like flat map, or maybe there's something I have to wrap it with. Do that? Whatever. Doesn't matter. This works. So we have type counts, and then we create a description pool. Ooh, excuse me. Descriptor pool, and then putting that into descriptor pool info. So return new descriptor pool. Whoops. Descriptor pool info. Default counts copy. New descriptor pool. Device. And then type counts. Okay. All right. That's fine. So up here we just do this dot info list equals pool info device. Oh, I should be a list of those, right? No, wait, create descriptor pool info. Oh, that's right. They just add it. Okay, never mind. I was like, what's going on here? There we go. That's the constructor done, and that's those two methods done. And then we have two synchronized methods. So we'll do this one first, because this one calls that one, it looks like. Count of one. Set layout 0. Jesus H Christ. Okay. Yeah, if you just want one descriptor set back instead of a list of them back. Okay. Sure. So add descriptor sets. Takes device. That's logical device. I'm pretty sure that's logical device. Yeah. Device ID counts and then layout. Whoops, descriptor sets. Count and descriptor set layouts. Check if we have room for the sets in any descriptor pool. Okay, so it's checking to see if we've hit the limits yet. Pool position, available target pool. Available is less than count null break. Target pool is null. Okay, what are they doing here? Descriptor count get descriptor type available. Available equals null runtime exception. Max total. Count is greater than max total. Runtime exception. Let's count. Is that one? Available is less than count. Target pool is null. Break. And then target pool, if target pool is null, create pool info, add it. Huh? Wait a second. Available. Integer available. Description pool info. Description count get description type. Available. Is the what? So available is the type. So it's saying unknown type, description type. If available is null. Then if available is less than count. Then we're setting target pool to null. We're immediately breaking out of the loop. Well, we're breaking out of the inner loop. And then we're doing that. So we're looping to the next pool list. What the frig? Otherwise, if available is greater than or equal to count, then we're setting the description pool info to the target pool. We're coming out of that and we're going on to the next pool. Keep setting the target pool until we find the last possible one, I guess. And then if target pool is not null, we skip this and we set that. But if it is null, we create a new pool. Good God, man. So, because the assumption at that point is that we have an available slot for a new pool. We didn't find a pool that was already appropriate, so we're just going to create it, which is fine. But good God, is this the worst way of doing this? Like, this is so hard to follow here. And you're really heavily relying on these runtime exceptions firing off, which I guess is okay. I mean, they're, you could basically make them assertions and it would be the same thing. Boy, this is ugly. I mean, it's not that ugly, but it's also you'll never be able to follow this and fix it if there's a problem. Like, it's kind of a weird. I'm looking at it, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to write this, because I'm definitely not, I don't want to write it this way if I can help it. First of all, I don't like, well, I guess available is the correct word for that, but it's still, what bothers me is that we're checking is if available is less than count, which to me says we're asking for 25 and we're saying that there's less than 25 available, but that's not really what it's doing, and that's why I'm not keen on. I guess it is technically doing that because it's breaking out of the inner loop, but it's still doing the outer loop, so it's just going to move on to the next pool and try to find one that does exist. But the problem here is if all of them have, if available is less than count is true on all of them, of all the description pool infos, then we're going to come back down here and we're just going to add one. And I guess that's okay because we didn't hit one of these runtime exceptions. But oh, that's just, I do not like that. I do not like the way this has been done here. I'm trying to pick it apart so that I can write something that I'll actually be able to understand at some point in the future. This pool position is very important there too. God, how do I write this thing in a way that doesn't make me want to, doesn't make my brain want to leave my skull? All right, I'm going to take a short break and stand up and walk around and mull this fucktitude over and see if the brain will come up with something. Because I'm looking at it more and more and I'm like, God damn it, I'm going to probably have to write this line by line because it's just, this is a classic example of doing too much in one thing, right? Like a lot of this shit should have been pulled apart and teased apart, and they just slammed it all together, and now you're just like, it's a goddamn mess, and you can't pull it apart because everything is dependent on the other thing in it. It's a rat's nest. All right, I'm gonna take a break, and I will be right back. Enjoy the music. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the extra long break there. I just realized though it's getting late, and I do kind of want to do play a game tonight. Do a normal gaming stream. So I think let's see if we can at least get through the rest of this class. Because we're almost there. Excuse me. If I can just tease this apart to a point where I am satisfied with it. So we need the target pool and the pool position. So I think what I'm going to do, so what are they doing? They're looping over the pool list and also the layout infos. So first of all, layout info description type. Type. So hey, Hanami, welcome on in. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Oh, let's see. See, what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing two aborts, ejects, basically. Like, if you find if any of the layout info description types don't make sense, or the max total, the count that's being asked for is greater than the max total for a limit. Description type. For that description type, then it just bombs. So I am trying to learn how to do game development. I'm trying to learn how to write a game engine, essentially, in Java, using both OpenGL and Vulkan under the covers here. Right now, there's a book that I've online. If I can hold up here, there's a book online that shows you how to do basic stuff in Vulkan using LWJGL, which is the library under the covers I'm using. And I've been just going through that chapter by chapter, just trying to learn how to do this. Just out of curiosity, really. I just wanted to learn something new. And because I'm a software developer, but I don't do any game development stuff, and so I just kind of wanted to stretch my legs a little bit and learn something. I don't know if I'll ever have a game at the end of this. I mean, it would be nice if I had a game at the end of this, but this is more just for me to try and learn, or attempt to learn, what's going on and how to do things. And it's slow going. I'm still in the very, very basics here, trying to figure out what's happening and what's going on. And so I'm looking at, this is the code from the book author put up. So we're on chapter 8 of the book. This is the code that they put up, and I'm trying to take this code and put it into my project. But at the same time, like I've been doing Java development for a long time, and there's a lot of code that the book uses, like this, that looks messy to me. And I'm trying to, along the way, I'm not trying to copy their code, I'm just trying to like translate it into something that will make sense to me later on, at the same time. So, and I'm typing it out myself because it helps me to learn what I'm doing if I actually type it. And I've just kind of encountered this situation here where I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to accomplish and whether or not I could write this in a way that makes sense to me, because right now I don't like how messy this looks. And so I'm trying not to bring that mess over into my project. But I mean, all this code, I'm committing all this out to a public GitHub and stuff like that. So, I haven't committed in a little while here. I still have a lot of stuff local, but I think I'm going to commit at least what I have so far, at the end of this. And it's just kind of, it's me learning by doing. I mean, that tends to be the way that I learn stuff, is just failing and more failing and more failing and more failing until I finally succeed. So yeah, and I'm doing it live because why not? So they have two hard outs here. So if they encounter, so they've got, this is going against the layout infos, right? The descriptor set layout info. It's saying if any of these layout infos that were passed in as the descriptor set layout, if any of the types that were passed in does not exist in the pool info, immediately fail. Or if it exceeds the default limits, immediately fail. Which is okay, which it's trying to do sanity checks, which I'm okay with. What's throwing me off here? What's throwing me off here is they're looping over what was passed into this method. But it's the inner loop. The outer loop is the pool list that's been set up. And they're doing that in the outer loop because they're incrementing the pool position. So already this feels backwards. Though there's a method to why it's backwards, but it still feels backwards. Because it means then that you're doing these sanity checks. You're doing these sanity checks as you go through this list. And honest, well, no, I mean, these sanity checks where we're throwing runtime exceptions, they don't have any dependency on the pool list. Right, these are separate. These are just going over this list and saying, like, does this make sense? So wait a second here. I'm really confused. Where does pool, so pool info? Oh, it does have a dependency on pool info because it's saying, does this pool, but really that's, man, this is so, they got these things so screwed up here and just tied together that it's driving me up a wall. Because, like, these are separate checks. And they've smashed them together for some reason. Probably they think it's more performant this way. Maybe it is. But, man, it's ugly as hell. Man, I don't like this. There's just something about the way this is written that I just do not like it. Like it's almost too clever. And I always kind of cringe at clever code because clever code is what at 3 a.m. you're trying to fix and you can't wrap your head around, you know? And that's I mean, that's just my experience, is that every time you're like, it's 3 a.m, there's a giant production bug and you're trying to fix it and you run into something like this and you're like, golly, how am I supposed to freaking figure this thing out when you're half awake? And so I try, when I see something like this, I try to avoid it because, you know, will I ever be up at 3 a.m. fixing this? Probably not. But, you know, I can't predict the future any more than anyone else can. So I might as well. What's the saying? You're never a solo dev. You're always developing with the past you and the present, the past you and the future you, or something like that. Something to that effect. It's like you're the past you and the future you are always in contention. So what would... But here's the thing. If I could tease this out of here, but does it make sense to do it? I mean, intuitively to me it makes sense to do it, but it does mean that I'll be... I'm not saving any loops by doing it. I'm just kind of saving my brain case. That's the pool list. Target pool. I still don't like this. Man, there has to be a better way of doing this. This is bugging me because the more I look at it, the more I'm cringing. How do we tease this apart? Like I realize if I tease this apart, it's going to perform worse. But I'm willing to go down that path just for my own sanity. Because this, like looking at this is like looking at the sun. It's just burning my eyes here. How do I do this? How do I do this in a way that isn't just completely awful and stupid? Or maybe I should just do it in a completely awful and stupid way. Maybe that would be the best way to do it. Hey, Kane, welcome on in. How you doing? Maybe. See, what I want to do is I want to take these checks and I want to pull them out. Because they're annoying me. Like, they're hard exits, and that's fine, but I feel like they shouldn't be embedded in a double for loop. Which I realize there's a dependency here that's between these two things. That's a hard dependency, and it's kind of annoying me. Because in my mind, this double loop, well, in the perfect world, we wouldn't have a double loop, but this double loop should only be this part, the if else here. And then that's it. And ideally, this whole thing would go into a private method that would just bring back the target pool and the pool position. And then this method here just becomes call that other method and then examine the results of it and do the needful, you know? Because this feels like a run-on method. Kind of like a run-on sentence in a novel. It's feeling the same way here. I realize this doesn't look like any novel anyone's ever read before, but it's like, to a developer, this method, there's too much getting jammed into this one method. You know, this method has like 25 prepositions, essentially. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like it has that. Okay, I think the first thing I'm going to tackle, let's see. So we've got, we want to make sure that the descriptor type is known to the pool. Which, there's a part of this that irks me a little bit, because we're looping over a list of pools, and there's kind of a built-in assumption here that if you pass in a layout that has a descriptor type that isn't in the first item in the pool, that it's not going to be in any items of the pool, which might be correct. Maybe? I mean, descriptor pool list, we created that list up here. Create descriptor pool info. Yeah. I think, yeah, so that is a valid assumption, right? Because we take the limits, the default limits, and we've put those into the pool there. So it should only, anything in this pool should only have these, one of these three limits, or all three of these limits. So if you try passing something that doesn't have one of these three things in it, then that should fail. Though the thing is, this type is coming from layout info. Layout info. Description set layout info. That is who sets this? 13 usages, but in chapter 8 there's only these. So get layout info. Description set layouts. So there's a couple spots that do new description layout info. What the hell? The hell happened there? The hell is this? Oh, I opened up the reference was to the actual markdown file. Duh. Alright. Oh, all of these are the markdown file? Wait, what? Okay. Where do we actually do this? the scene render. For text bit descriptor uniform, descriptor type uniform buffer, right? Oh God, this freaking file's in the list there. Descriptor type uniform buffer. Yeah. Okay. So they're setting them in the scene renderer to set up the uniforms, which the uniforms are the variables for the shaders. Okay, fine. Fine. So number one, we don't need this check, but I understand the thought process because we're the ones actually writing the code that's creating the uniforms in the first place. So, but I understand why they're doing this check. Number two. So if I damn, the more I look at it, the more I can't like freaking tease this apart, and it's pissing me off. Let's think. If I... So we're looping over the layout infos, we're getting the description type. But we're comparing it to what's in the pool. Which we already know... We already know what's in the pool, right? Because it's coming from the pool list, which is private, and in this case final. So we know that there's only one item in the pool list, at least right now. And I guess we kind of know the limits, but we kind of don't, because these are the defaults, and these are what it would actually be. The limits are actually based on what the hardware can do. So that's fine. The type. Then we have limits with that type to get the max total. So really we're looking at the types. What we're really doing is we're validating that the type makes sense. First against the pool, which is really the actual numbers, and then the theoretical limit numbers. which I would probably reverse these and look at the theoretical limit numbers first and then the actual numbers, but whatever. It doesn't much matter. So we're trying to do these checks. Ugh, it's like grab a tissue here. We're trying to do these checks. Is there a better way? Well, not a better way. Is there a way that cleans us up a little bit to do these checks? So in the pool info, pool info is search in pool info. Description count. Is there really a way that I can? I mean, I guess on, well, it's a list of pool infos. So it's not really. I wonder. It's a record, which is mostly a class. This is kind of a blessed class. So if I did, is that going to help? It might help. I've got, so what I'm thinking is contains, the contains method, which depends on whether or not I think I can implement comparable or comparable, however you want to pronounce that, on a record, maybe. Because it's just a regular, I've never tried it. I guess now is a good time as any to try it. What is the name of it again? This is the pool info. So can I implements? Let's see. Compare to. What was this saying? Roll use. Okay. So if this is, what do you gotta do? You gotta return negative integer, 0, or positive integer if this object is less than, equal to, or greater than the specified object. So I can return, let's see, if descriptor count contains key o dot descriptor count dot shit. It's not really going to do what I want to do because I'm comparing the entire object. Can I do a compare to? Or I guess I can. I guess there's nothing that says I couldn't, but it's not going to work because I would have to. No, wait. That might work. Hang on. What are they actually doing here? They're comparing descriptor set layout. Layout info is layout info. Descriptor type. So layout info, descriptor type. No, because that's a different object. That is a different object. We're not comparing, as far as Java is concerned, we're not comparing apples to apples. Frack. That's not gonna work because it's. In order for that to work, I would have to. I would have to pass another descriptor pool info in, right? Which is not what I have here. I've got a set layout. Damn it. Damn it. So what I was trying to do was by having it do comparable, I have these in a list already, so I could have just said list dot contains and then just pass the descriptor type in there. But it's not going to work because description type is an integer, so it's not going to work from that perspective. So I have to manually go through the list and find the one that matches, which is basically what they're doing here. Kind of. They're doing it as a side effect, which it's annoying me. Damn it. All right, so that's not going to work. It was a nice try, though. That is definitely not going to work for what we're trying to do. All right. First of all, this one has no. I mean, it has descriptor type. Damn it. But I can actually pull this one out because it's going against a fixed thing here. I wonder if I could get in layout info. Descriptor set layouts. Get layout infos. Layout info. Descriptor set layouts. So I have the layout info lists. What if I did this? Public list integer get layout info scriptor types. And I did return layout info lists collect yeah. Lambda can be replaced with method reference. There we go. Yeah, that works. I do that, and that's just a list of integers, which means I can come back here and I can say so what do they have here? They've got the type. So I can do it against the limits here. So I can say sanity check. Make sure descriptor types passed in this and our alts. And say if default descriptor limits layout info. No, I gotta do it a different way. Think about it. Think. Okay, so it's I need the key set of our descriptor limits. So descriptor limits key set. Now, no, do it the other way. Layout, info descriptor types, stream, all match. Font descriptor limits contains key. Now I gotta do it the I'm missing something here. This is a short-circuiting terminal operation. The result is ignored. Yeah, right. That's fine. Yeah, because contains key returns a boolean. I think that will be correct. Alright. And this returns a boolean. So we're saying here, let me just make sure I read this out. We're saying, look at all the layout descriptor types that were passed in and make sure that all of them match something in our default descriptor limits. And if they do, then all layout types exist is true, otherwise it's false. So then we say if not all layout types exist, throw new runtime exception. What did they have there? Yeah, wait a second. They don't even check if max total is null. Because they're saying the description type. I don't even know why they're checking if available is null then, because they're not checking null here. Right? So this could still theoretically return null if description type doesn't exist, right? But I guess they're assuming at this point description type exists because this didn't return null. And I guess, yeah, the limits of the count are the same. So if they're the same, if these are the same, then you don't... I guess... I don't think this is even necessary. Because if this... Frankly... If this exists, right? Because basically what I'm doing is I'm checking to see if this type exists, right? And this limits and this count are from ultimately, yeah, limits and count. They're from the same things that we've set up. So, and we set them up from the defaults. So if this type doesn't exist in the defaults, then just bomb out immediately with unknown type. And you don't even have to check. I mean, this is checking something different, but you don't even have to check this. Like, this check goes away because you've already effectively done that check. So, yeah, I think this is correct. Oh, well, I don't have the type that was failed, right? I guess that's the one thing. Damn it. That is the one part that I won't have. I don't think there's a way. I mean, I can probably log. Because it would be very useful to log that. Let me do this. Okay. I mean, that's not very elegant, but I'm going the extra mile to log it, so it is what it is. Yeah, it's its own kind of. I'm here complaining about the crappy code I'm reading, and I'm creating crappy code in the process. But to me, this makes more sense. Like, we're just doing a sanity check here. And then And then the rest of this, we can just do available, max total. We're saying if the count request is greater than the max total. I'm now tempted to do something similar, because we're doing a validation on the count. You know what? First of all, let's do this. Private boolean validate limits and requested counts. So, and we want lists, layout, info. Here. Wait, am I doing the right thing? Oh, get layout info, descriptor types. That's what I need. Get layout info, descriptor types. It's just an integer. There we go. Hey, Elemental Magic's card game. Welcome on in. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to learn things. It's dubious as to whether or not I'm learning stuff or not. Oh, and Peepold, welcome on in as well. Sorry, I missed your message there. I was immersed here. Sounds like a goal. I wanted to ask why you settled on Java. Essentially, I've been doing Java for like 20 years. And I wanted to focus on the actual problem of learning how an engine works and not also be fighting my knowledge of a language. So in other words, I'm really familiar with Java, and so I figured, you know, Minecraft and stuff is written in Java. It used LWJGL, so we know that 3D games could be written in it. And I wanted to focus on how do these engines work and how do you create an engine, and not be also fighting my knowledge of the language. Because I have done, I did C development way back in college, but I haven't used it ever since. And I could some of it would come back to me, but I'd be fighting that at the same time I'm trying to fight my understanding of what's going on. And the same for any other thing like C# or, C# is, let's face it, it's Java, but with different keywords. And the same is true for like Python or anything like that. Like I've never used Python, so I would have to learn Python and all that. So I felt like it would be better, at least for me, to focus on the one thing I want to learn and be in something that I'm comfortable with. Like I'm comfortable with Java, and already it's kind of helped out in a lot of cases because I'm looking at this code that is written in this book and I'm going, that doesn't look correct, and that doesn't look correct, and that there's a better way to do that, and there's a better way to do that. And so already that's kind of paying off, because it looks to me like the person who wrote this book is predominantly like a C developer, or at least they're looking at references for how to do Vulkan stuff in C, and they're just kind of pulling them over one for one and not writing it the way that someone who's been writing Java for a long time would write it. And so it's kind of helping me in that regard as well, for better or worse. But yeah, I that was my initial thought, was like, look, let's, rather than having two big things to kind of wrap my head around, let's just have one big thing to wrap my head around and just kind of keep it at that. So that's the only reason I've picked Java. Also, let's face the facts here. Java's gotten a really bad rap for things, and some of it's deserved. But a lot of people who think that Java isn't suited for something like this don't know that a lot of changes have happened to Java in the last couple of years. For instance, I can package the JVM into an executable with my code. So you can basically at this point download an executable for Windows or for Linux, and run it as though it's a regular application, but it's running Java. It's running the JVM. It's running pieces of the JVM that it needs, but it's also running Java. So things have progressed to a point where you can kind of, people might be hard pressed to know that you've actually done it in Java in the first place, because it doesn't look like any different than anything else. And you don't have to tell people they have to download the JVM separately and they have to manage it separately and all that stuff. Like, you can just package it with what it needs and it's there. I mean, you could package it before too, but now it's a cleaner package, sort of. I mean, it takes a lot of configuration, and there's still an open question of whether or not it can even do it, because it requires some segmentation and stuff that's going to be interesting once I try to apply that. But there's stuff like that. There's a reason the language has been around for years and years. It's, it may seem unsuitable to task, but if you do it right, it probably will work fine. And there's games out there that are written in Java right now, beyond just Minecraft. So the LWJGL library is fairly well maintained from what I've seen, and it's got a lot of use. The problem really exists around, the biggest problem is documentation right now, because when you go and look at how to integrate Vulkan or how to integrate OpenGL, you're hard pressed to find Java documentation or documentation for even LWJGL, right? And a lot of times they'll just reference you. They'll just say, go look at this other site that has it all written in C and just use that. And it's like, well, okay, so now I got to translate it from C over to Java, and sure, it might be a relatively one-to-one thing, but it doesn't replace having some decent examples and documentation and all that stuff. So it does lack in that regard too, which kind of is one of those things that I'm surprised that more developers who also stream haven't taken up the mantle of trying to get a game working in Java, even if they're not using LWJGL, even if they're using the other open whatever it's called, GDL, GDK. I forget what it's called, but it's not. I bought a book for that, and it's over there, and I forget what the name of it is now. But the amount of lack of documentation and everything makes it rather challenging. The lack of good documentation makes it rather challenging. I'm honestly surprised more people haven't taken up the mantle of challenging themselves for that. I mean, I just wanted to learn how to do an engine. I didn't really want to be challenged in the way that I have been trying to find just basic documentation. But I would imagine there's others out there that would find that rather interesting. To try to the Wild West of it. But yeah. I mean that was my reason for doing it. Just familiarity. And my day job is full stack web development, so in Java. So all this stuff kind of, even though this is a completely different beast, it's still giving me practice for the day job as well. A lambda is a lambda is a lambda, and the more practice I get with that, the hopefully at some point better off I get. I haven't seen any payoff from that yet, but we might get there someday. So there's that. But yeah, I missed your question there earlier. I get into a focus mode sometimes. Writing Idris 2. Cool. Very cool. Hope it's going well for you. Oh. Yeah. At the end of the day, just to reiterate too, there may not end up being a game that comes out of this. I'm just doing it because I want to learn how to do it. And the only way I tend to learn things is to just try to do them and fail and try some more and fail some more, I've never been good at picking up a book and just instantly learning something. I have to physically deal with it in order to start to understand it. And even then it takes me a while. So I ain't the sharpest tool in the drawer. But eventually I might a light bulb will hopefully go off and I'll start to understand what it is I'm doing. Prototype your project in Haskell before switching it to Idris 2. Oh, cool. Yeah, Haskell is that's a thing. That's a I briefly looked at Haskell and I was like, well, this is a language. Neither good nor bad. It's just a language. It was a thing. It was certainly a thing. I don't think it's ever gotten any kind of popularity though. which is probably, I mean, there's probably some good stuff in there, but I think it was usurped by Python and to an extent Rust as well. I mean, I did a little bit of work in Elixir for a now defunct website, streaming site called Glimish, because they had it open sourced, and I wanted to help them do some stuff for their site, and so I didn't know Elixir at all, so I just kind of tried to learn as I went, get a few things done in it. So that was the thing. Steadily rising, but never had a viral moment. It's been around 20 to 40 for so many years. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't realize it was, like, I knew it existed, and I've seen, like, there was a, what did I see that was written in Haskell? There was like a trouble ticket. I want to say a trouble ticket system was written in Haskell that I was looking at one point in time because Jira was pissing me off. But, you know, Jira just, I mean, they're the dominant player in the market. You can't really, they're like a virus. You can never quite get rid of them. You can only suppress the knowledge of it. If you restrict yourself to Haskell only, it's still really hard to find out. Yeah, I would imagine. But you know, that's kind of true for a lot of those things. Like if you kind of have to be a polyglot at some point when it comes to languages, right? And luckily, most of them share some kind of root idioms, so it's not, you're not necessarily blown out of the water when you have to do something in a language you've never used before. The really tricky part is the ecosystem around the language. Like I did for a year, I worked for a company that was doing Ruby on Rails, and you know, Ruby has, I mean, it's a jump. I mean, you're jumping from an object-oriented thing to a functional programming language. But really the challenge of that was not so much the language as it was the libraries. And most of the libraries that we were using had almost no documentation. And then all of a sudden you'd open up a file and it had a completely different syntax to it, like, because Ruby lets you do like dynamic DSLs and stuff. And then you go try, and you're like, well, what the hell library introduced this thing so that I can go look up and you don't know what library introduced it, so you don't know where to look to find the documentation for it. So you got to look through all the libraries, and you've got hundreds of them. And then the person who introduced it is no longer working for the company, and it's like, oh, this is this is craziness on a whole other level. Idris 2 only has a few developers, yeah. C#, C++, Java, Pilot, maybe. Yep, yeah, you'd be picky. Yeah. No, I mean, that's, it's pretty good. I mean, you know, it's like, it's one of those things I say, like, just do whatever, you know, write it in whatever you feel like, whatever speaks to you, you know? I mean, I know if I really wanted to make a game, here's the conceit of all this. If I really wanted to make a game, I would start learning Godot or Unreal Engine and just kind of focus on the actual bread and butter of development and design, right? But my goal really is to learn how an engine works, and then maybe there's a game at the end of that road, right? Because yes, I have an idea for what I want a game to be, but I also, that is not necessarily the thing that's motivating me. The thing that's motivating me is is I want to be able to I want to be able to understand how these engines work under the covers, at least to some extent. Maybe one day I can look at a game options menu and understand what the hell the options are. In fact, the other day I saw a changelog for the Mason driver on Linux, and it was mentioning fixes to Vulkan stuff, like the was it the something trying to find the swap chain. That's what it was. It was like mentioning stuff that they fixed in the swap chain. I'm like, oh, I was just working with that the other day. I understand a little bit of what's going on now. You know, more like a school project learning algorithm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but I have the luxury of being able to do that because I got a day job that I love and that, takes care of me. So I can just kind of dick around at nighttime and occasionally stream, just trying to figure stuff out here. Although mostly my streams are just bitching and moaning about this code. Getting frustrated with trying to figure out what's going on here. See, I'm tempted now to combine these two, but I don't. You know what? I don't want to combine the two. Don't want to combine them. I'm going to do a second. I'm going to do a really bad thing and do a second loop because, it'll freak people out, but it makes more sense to me to do it. So, check layout. Check exists. Check check count doesn't exceed max default. Alright. And then we want to go through that. Huh. I had the issue you were talking about recently when I started learning Bevy Engine. I found I was learning 3D game development and Rust at the same time. Unfortunately, Haskell tools for 3D programming are very limited, so it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing. Because I was thinking of, like, I could do Godot, but GDScript is, if I'm not mistaken, a form of Python, if not straight up Python. And I've never programmed in Python. So I would be essentially learning GDScript / Python at the same time as I'd be learning how the Godot engine works, right? Which, in the grand scheme of things, is not terrible, but it also makes it so it's like sometimes you're just frustrated by the fact that you are struggling with one piece versus the other piece. You know what I mean? And I imagine, what does Unreal Engine, doesn't that use, I think that uses C++, right? I think you can use C++ or C# or one of those. in Godot as well, but I think Unreal Engine is C++, if I'm not mistaken. And I barely touched the surface of C++ back in college. Like, I was mostly C. And theoretically, since I've done Java, C++ wouldn't be that big of a stretch, but there's a lot of difference there. Like, constructors, destructors, you know, templating, virtual, all that stuff is, you know, there's a lot to it. It's confusing to me why GD script was created. It feels like they grab random features from popular language without any rhyme or reason. It really reminds me of like graduate compilers class where we just implemented random things. Yeah, that's always the weird thing. It's like sometimes the question becomes, are you adding some value by partially obfuscating language features, or is it better to just key off of what's already there? So, for instance, say you have a game that allows you to have programmable blocks in it, right? And you want your players to be able to program these blocks using some form of programming language. Now, the default mindset would be, well, let's make up our own language that's really simplifies things, and then, you know, they'll just have to learn it. And there's positives and negatives to that. The positives being that, yeah, you might come up with something that's easy for someone who doesn't program normally to learn. But the negative is you have to document all that crap, and you have to keep your documentation up to date. And a lot of people are going to see that documentation and not want to deal with it. The other thought process is just use something that's already well documented, already has tutorials, an existing language, and just run with that. And that was what was interesting there is that's what Space Engineers did with their programmable block. Is they basically put a wrapper around C# and said, okay, you can use all the C# stuff you want. You're in a sandbox, so you can only call into what we've exposed, but you can otherwise do whatever you want. It's a C# program, and we're just running it. And that was a lot of fun. Like I played around with the programmable blocks in Space Engineers a little bit, and that was actually a lot of fun because I could basically load up Visual Studio Code and be able to just I have IntelliSense running and all that stuff, and just have all the conveniences of a fully featured IDE that knows what the language is, and just be able to do the programming for it, copy paste that into the programmable block in the game, and have it, for most purposes, run fine. So it's kind of a balancing act. Which one do you want to do? It also means that by doing that, by having it do C#, it starts to become untenable to people who don't understand programming, right? Because that's a huge leap that someone who doesn't understand programming would have to actually jump into. But you could make a case for something like, say, JavaScript, which is a little bit more lenient. And if you wanted to put a JavaScript interpreter embed that in your game, you could do that. Or a lot of games do Lua. And Lua is also pretty good as far as it has enough newbie stuff in it that you can kind of come in without very little knowledge of programming and just kind of make some basic things work. So yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes sometimes it comes down to I don't mean this in a pejorative way, but sometimes comes down to a junior developer mindset versus a senior developer mindset. There's nothing wrong with being a junior developer, but a lot of times without experience you tend to view everything as challenge accepted, right? And you tend to take on a lot of things as a challenge that maybe aren't as important as just getting something that works well enough, right? So many times I've mentored junior developers, and they're like, well, I'm just going to go off and write this whole big algorithm that does this and that and the other thing. It's like, or you could go do a Google search and just use this other library, right? Because they're very excited to just like, oh, I got more problems to solve. I'll solve this problem. I'll solve that problem. And it's great. That excitement's awesome. But it also means that you're now forever and ever maintaining this thing, right? Instead of letting a community that maintain it, kind of thing. So it's all about having the right passion for the right project. The right tool for the right job, the right passion for the right project, kind of thing. So, I mean, I see even in this book's code, things like they're doing their own caching for what should we call it? Caching model objects, and also caching shaders and stuff. And yeah, it's a very basic cache, so I can't fault them for doing it. But at the same time, it's like, there's libraries that just do this caching for you, and you can just, they're open source and you can just call them, like EH cache is out there. It's been out there for decades. It's pretty well documented. You could just pop that in there and you've got annotations and boom, you're done, right? You don't have to take this on yourself, but a lot of times in the heat of the moment, people take these things on, like, I'll just do it this way, it'll be fine. And it's like, okay, sure. Or you could just not. So, yeah. All right, so then let me just finish this part. I do want to do a stream tonight, a game stream. And it's getting late. I hate to leave this in this state, but let me see. Do that. And yeah, I'm going to kind of save this in this state right now. I'm not going to commit anything. We're doing the allocator, descriptor allocator stuff. We're trying to make this validate limits, or we're trying to make this add descriptor sets method, which is really this and an override for it, and then a method to get an ID, and then this class is done at that point, and then it just comes down to integrating this class with the rest of the code, with some pipeline changes, obviously some shader changes, And then we got to figure out this render, the scene render class, because this book changed under the covers while I've been working on this project. And so this scene render is something that they introduced in an earlier chapter, which was not there when I started that chapter. So 'tis the problem with trying to use a book that's still being updated as we go. So I'll have to see where that actually fits in to the larger thing here, because I am going to need a scene renderer class, because we are going to do scenes, I think, in the next chapter, like full scenes of objects. Right now I just want one model, one object to load up, because that's what I had on the OpenGL one, and then tackle the scene stuff as we can. So we'll have to see. I think I'm going to have to tackle that at least initially here, and then we'll see. I mean, at that point, I'll have everything kind of wired in. We'll finish wiring everything into the main loop, and hopefully we'll see a spinning spaceship, like we did in the OpenGL side of things. So we'll see here. But yeah, I want to take a little break. I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to come back at like maybe 9:30-ish my time, which would be about 30 minutes from now, 45 minutes from now. And I'm just going to play a game. I think we'll play some more I am something. I am Future. That was the game. I'll probably play some more I Am Future, and just kind of chill and all that stuff. I just got replaced by a vibe coder. They said I was a legacy developer. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. They've been going. It hurts. You'll likely find a job somewhere else. It's just the companies are doing crazy AI stuff. They're really trying to push AI, and they're starting to find out, the bubble's starting to have some cracks in it, where they're starting to find out that the stuff that they're vibe coding has large security flaws in it, is hard to maintain, and just generally doesn't work for what they're trying to do. And they're going to find out slowly but surely. It's the same thing as like what happened with offshoring and stuff, right? It's like companies were like, we're going to save all this money by sending all of our development offshore. And then they found out that, well, they weren't really saving any money at all. They had a higher head count, larger amount of staff, but the code wasn't getting any better. And they were still paying people onshore to go through the code and fix just very basic problems with it. So it ended up not really saving them any money at all. And they're going to find out the same thing with the AI stuff, although it's going to take a little while, unfortunately. In the meantime, there's going to be a lot of insanity. I'm more concerned that it's going to be in the meantime, I guess I should become a vibe coder. I think it's more a matter of finding out it's more a matter of learning the tool than it is of becoming a vibe coder. Like, it's possible to use AI and still be extremely skeptical of what it's generating. You know, I mean, we're being forced at my job to kind of examine AI uses and how it can be used in our coding. But it's, which on the one hand is allowing us to play with these tools and see where all their limitations are, and there are a lot of limitations. But on the other hand, it is annoying because it's just the amount of time you spend fighting with an AI when you can just be doing it yourself is rough. But we've been kind of trying to set their expectations as much as we can that, like, AI is only really good at really dumb stuff, like stuff that takes very little thought. You know, repetitive tasks, or languages that don't have a very large set of possibilities in them. So it's not that you have to become a vibe coder. I think it's more that you just know enough about them, know enough about how the tools work, that you can just use them. Because honestly, if a company's saying we need a vibe coder, I mean, anybody can just be like, yeah, sure, I could do that. Right? They're not asking for someone with experience at that point. They're just asking for someone who can vibe code, right? And it's really, are they really going to know? Then embrace the vibes, then not become the vibes. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where you just, if you utilize it in a way, how can I put this? You don't have to 100%, like, vibe coders have this idea that they have to 100% do everything with the AI. And I have more of an idea of, I could 5% in AI. Right? Like, I could do the stuff, I could tell the AI to do the stuff that is very repetitive and would take me some time to do. And then I can just, and do it in small sections so that I can kind of see what it did and just verify that it did it right. And then just move on. At the end of the day, a company that's looking for a vibe coder is looking for an impossibility. They're looking for something to be done in 5 minutes. Right? Time is money kind of thing. And even with a vibe coder, that's not possible. Right? So they'll learn the hard way that this stuff takes time. And they're going to have to pay. They're going to have to pay for that time. Right? Whether they're paying for... what kills me too is, like, these AI companies are turning up the heat. You know, they're boiling the frog right now, where they're like, things are costing more and more and more money. And companies are just eating it up. They're just sending them boatloads of money. And at no point has anyone looked back and said, is it cheaper to just have a regular coder? Because we're paying a vibe coder the same amount we would pay a regular coder, plus we're paying for all the tokens that they're shoving down the pipe to an AI. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just have a regular coder at that point? Right? Like I said, every time something new like this comes out, the marketers throw out this fog of incongruity, things that just don't make sense. but they hype you up on all the possibilities, and don't look at the balance sheet. Just look at all the possibilities. Don't look at the balance sheet. Look at all the possibilities. Eventually, someone's going to look at the balance sheet and be like, "Is this worth it? Are we getting an ROI on what we're trying to do here? Because it's not looking like it, you know." And at that point, all the AI bros will be on their private islands and retired, and you know, their companies will go kaput. You know, that's the way it's going. You know, it's just we gotta weather that storm on the way. Yeah. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. But I mean, I wouldn't worry all that much, because yes, companies are doing stupid things right now. There's still plenty of companies that aren't doing stupid things. Whether or not they're in your neighborhood is another story. But there's still plenty of companies out there that are still being cautious in their endeavors. I'm sure there's a ton of startups that are going whole hog on this thing, and they'll learn the hard way, like T-App learned. You know, that's just the way that goes. Also, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's not. There's plenty of companies that are still sane. I can't imagine what Silicon Valley looks like today. I got a small piece of that look into that years and years ago, before this whole AI craze, and it was already kind of insane. So I can't imagine what that. I can't imagine the insanity that's going on there now. It must be just a constant sound of cash registers, old style cash registers, cha-chinging everywhere. Because it must be just that 24/7, just the constant sound of that. Because this stuff is more flash than bang at this point. So we'll see. Anyway, friends. Like I said, I'm gonna stop the stream here, and I'm gonna go away for about a half an hour, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna play a game, and kind of relax for the rest of the night. So, we got some things done. More than I thought I was gonna get done, because, as I said, I'm in crunch mode at work this month, and so my brain has been pretty fried as it is. So I've been avoiding doing this extra coding on the side, because I don't want to. I've burned out before in the past, and I don't want to do it again. It sucks. But this was good. We got a couple lines done. I did a few things, so we're still making progress forward, which is nice to see. And yeah, so that's where we're at. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. If you happen to run across this on the YouTubes, and you have a like and or a subscribe that you can spare and maybe toss my way, that would be really swell and awesome. It helps out tremendously, and I appreciate it greatly. Otherwise, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.